And we are live! Hi, everybody. Give me a real quick second here. Let me pop you all out. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. Infinite, good to see you, glad to have you. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you again. Looks like it's just you guys. I wonder where Tracy and Ray Ray is. I know Ray Ray was up to a little bit of stuff. Greetings, hey. My other game shut down before dawn this morning. I may have just now hit a wall regarding how little I slept. Aw. Did you get a lot of the footage you needed? May doze little. As long as I don't sit on my bed, it should be good. Promise I can lean on my bed. Totally. Ramble! Good to see, glad to have you. Well, you guys got a little... I hope you all get some good rest. So, obviously, we're doing Final Fantasy 16 today for the final time. We're going to be wrapping up the main story here. I played a little bit off stream, did a couple of quests, but I made sure to save some quests so that we're going to warm up, I think, with doing some of those. In terms of what happened last time, though, oh my god, we went into Waloed. We defeated Barnabas, we took his power. Ultima revealed to us that he basically created humanity to be a tool, and that the Blight predates humanity, and that the Mother Crystals and all those were all, you know, as basically kind of what the Active Time lore had already told us, really? Yeah. Sorry, I lost track of time. No worries, Ray Ray. Good to see you, glad to have you. Great, good to see you, glad to have you. Still haven't finished the side quest, so I won't stay long. No worries, Crip. We got a lot of time until we still have an hour or so of doing side quests before anyways. Jose, good to see you, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Let me be right back real quick. The good boy was at the door. Oh, good. Wanted to come say hi. So here's the good boy. Got pretty good footage, just realizing the last few uploads. Good, Kiko. It seems the joke about E3 pre-orders from Part 7 was prophetic, truly infinite. For those of you who don't know, Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 3 is going to be coming out in December 19th, I believe, and I am very excited. I am saving the internal screaming until we get back to the Final Fantasy 14. Okay. Puppers indeed, Jose. Puppers indeed. But yeah, so Ultima then journeyed out onto the Crystal Dominion and turned it in and basically launched a giant platform that seemed to exist beneath it into the sky, and a giant crystal formed around it, which is now in the sky. That crystal is known as Origin.
They'll come back.
Our plan for the next...
Of course they will.
Our plan for the next little bit is to do a couple of the remaining quests, and then we'll continue on. The first one I guess we'll do is this one, which I picked up by accident a little bit already, but basically Torgal was staring out to sea, and it was wanting to do something. We found out that the bangle on his arm was put on him by Sid, Karen told us, and that the bangle was because he kept gnawing on himself while he was missing Clive. We tried to take the bangle off, and he was like, that's not what I want. So we're now trying to figure out what it is that Torgal wants exactly. Let me know. Good to glad to have you. What about the external screaming? Oh, I'll take the internal screaming and turn it into external screaming for sure. It's not like there hasn't been external screaming. Sure, yes, over on the Discord I did post some of the... It was the first thing that I took to consciousness. Ray Ray, same hat. Found some more voices from 14 by looking into the credits. Want to know them? Sure, as long as none of them are spoilers up to this point, which I can't believe many... I swear I heard, there was someone else I heard for sure. Who was it? The scream all you like, because we're all mad here. Yeah, but I fear a lot of people who do play 16 may or may not be 14 fans, or may not know what the hell we're talking about.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me?
Hi, Tim.
Unless...
You gonna be here for this quest with Torgal?
You've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Okay. In terms of quests, we've got that one, and then we've got one on the reading table, and then we've got one with Joshua that I definitely saved. Kitten Riot. All the cats going crazy right now. 5 beat. Dez, good to glad to have you. Joshua sounds familiar. I don't think Joshua's from anything. I know someone said, is it same as Graha? It's definitely not. I mean, part of it may just be that, especially if you're an American, like, a lot of English accents sound similar. Well, not even just English, like, Greater Brittany. Tyler by Nero. Byron by Edmond Fortoms. So Edmond, I don't actually think, so we saw that Edmond earlier. I actually think that he was replaced because I think they probably had to re-record him since due to the passing of Fortom's voice actors. Barnabas by Magnus. Ronso and Amarang, yes. Sleipnir by Maxima. Yeah, we already got that one. Benedicta by Uimet. One of the V's in Shadowbringers. Oh! Oh, right, one of the sisters, right? That's funny. That makes sense now that I hear her voice. Master Clive, I'm aware that there are matters of much greater import which demand your attention. But should you find yourself a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves. I might ask a single favor concerning his High Prince, Dion. Ooh.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
Let us go. And then we also have a lore quest in Tabor and the vengeance quest line, the justice quest line that we hadn't finished. Yeah, you got a bit of time, Crape. You got quite a bit of time. Because I don't know, like, once we go to Origin, I don't know, like, how long Origin or the ending of the game is even going to be. So it'll be interesting to see how long the stream goes.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
Hi, buddy. Temple's still hanging around with me.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
Rune, good to see, glad to have you.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Oh, from when they were kids. Right, they referenced that earlier on. Yo.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting.
Devil just curled up against my leg right as that happened.
Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Charred sparring sword. Clive's old sparring sword salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of Ironblood invasion 18 winters past. Remember, Clive, your blade is not your only weapon. Rodney Murray. Rune! Oh, interesting. Is it any spoilery in terms of like mechanics or stuff? I guess there shouldn't be any spoilers at this point. It would be a little funny if you could put the wooden sword on. It's actually the best sword in the game. Yeah. Two good pups, for sure. You know what he said? Was already made a Benedicta Glam. I would have been surprised if someone hadn't made a Benedicta Glam well before 16 came out. Because, I mean, like, we had images of Benedicta since 2020? I believe? Oh, interesting. Now you can actually see the Mist Island. Oh, that's cute. Wonder if that island being called Mist is in any way a reference to Mist. M-Y-S-T. Let's see, let's do the lore ones. I want to save the Joshua one for last. Yeah. We're right before Origin.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the third chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
Yeah, that is Fortunal. Fortunal is all over this game, especially in a lot of places in Dhalmekia, and boy do I love his voice.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Does anyone know what's with the linguistics or the spelling on why it's an OE sound? Or why it's spelled OE instead of a double O?
So then, Torgal, how do you feel about a trip to Ash? We have a third chair to find. Assuming he's still alive.
I mean, yeah, they explain all of that in the lore documents, both on his mom and on Barnabas himself. They they pretty much spell out pretty much exactly that. I wouldn't say lonely. I would say that the thing is he was taught to be especially in the mother stuff, the mother entries in the Act of Time Lord, they really convey that his mother was an ardent believer in the Circle of Malleus, and he was very close to his mother, and she died, for her beliefs, and so that predisposed him in a lot of ways. And I think loneliness is not utterly inaccurate, but I think that loneliness is that he's stopped being able to really connect at any point to anyone else, as we see with Benedicta, or the fact that he doesn't really connect. He already is so far gone, even from the get-go, by the time of being Odin, that he is committed to the cause outright. From he was basically pre-trained, pre-indoctrinated to be on the side of Ultima, and then it only got worse from there. We'll also maybe spend some time reading some of the ATR or ATL before we. I don't really keep saying ATR, maybe because lore or. Seeing as Origin's now part of the thing, I guess Metia is just not going to be a thing at all. They really did play us in terms of having it seem like it was going to be relevant in some way. But I mean, that also kind of makes sense for them, seeing as Dalamud was such an important part of 14, having it being a misdirect. Hi, buddy. You keep coming in and out. What's up? Do I say Dalamud and you think I'm saying Deadpool? Oh, you smile. Oh, that's what's going on. Hi. You're very cute. While that animation goes off. I think I played enough of this game that I even know how long the animations are. I love that you Zen Tetsuken and Sword Dance or Dancing Steel, it slows down time for everything else, but your abilities still cool down at the normal speed, so you can use it to basically just refresh all of your abilities. Oh! I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting people to be still living. Refreshing sound.
He's turned. The village seems safe enough at least.
You're not wrong.
What is going on here?
Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep
I feel like
saying
this could
that.
be way more creepy if they played into it.
What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves.
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from
Cheers, Rin.
Stone? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him. They seek the same salvation Barnabas did.
Dalamud, Valhund.
At least the third chair is still
Just saying.
alive. Let's go and find him.
No, the type of dog Deadpool is a Swedish Valhund. See, okay, but if Deadpool's what broke out of Dalamud, how cute would 1.0 would have answers have been? Little less frightening. Is this like a cult or the regular religion for Ash? Well, mainly more. Before Barnabas, so this was once long ago the like pervading religion. Then it kind of got wiped out a little bit, and now it's actually. Let me see if they'll let me pull it back. No, but now then it got kind of wiped out. Then Barnabas came back in and kind of reconstituted it. Basically, it's people following what Ultima's initial plan is, and them worshiping it like the god he effectively believes he is. And them giving themselves over to his plan. Like, humans are not supposed to have will and logos. They're not supposed to have identity. They're just supposed to basically be like vessels of flesh that are just acting upon his whims. And so, while he slept, though, humanity developed wills and sentience and consciousness. But some people, due to their religious faith, wants to feel that will and consciousness is a sin and want to relinquish it and return back to Ultima's service. How much they fully understand what it is they're into is ambiguous. Some do more than others. Chronicles of Mikavir, being a collection of tales recounted to his most exalted majesty Lord Bjornhard of the Veldermark. As you no doubt are aware, Lord Bernhard, there was once a race of men who commanded the most forbidden of forbidden magics. But you ever hear tell of the Executors, those charged with driving out these heretics? The order had its origin in the Crystalline Dominion, by whose rulers decreed it was tasked with the protection of mankind, sent forth to extinguish the forbidden magic, wherever rumors of its use might arise. Having in due course succeeded in their mission, driven the utterers of the unutterable from the land, these secretive souls withdrew from the stage of history, never to be heard from again. Ooh, Umino, thank you. Waloed sounds to some people like Germanic Romanian, which match my instinct, no expertise, and that the OE as a U fits in non-Latin Old European languages. Okay, that makes sense. That totally makes sense with why they would use it here as well, right? Okay, cool. Much obliged, Umino, much obliged.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you? Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill, much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here.
Hey, good question, Crape. I would just... From a combat standpoint, ranged enemies could be very annoying. Already having magic enemies, I think, is enough. I would wonder if there's any... If it's due to animation and not wanting to have to do animation.
Oh, no.
Or...
Must be something I can do.
What did you know what the line was exactly?
Echoes as well. Found her.
Because one of the things I would wonder is, if they just aren't, even if they're existent, if they aren't that common. Particularly with bowmen because of magic. But I'm sure there's some that it probably was more. Maybe it was lore, maybe it was development. The fact that they referenced it at all is interesting.
It's over.
Did he like say get the bowman too or something like? That was it. Well, saving Sensetsu again, thinking there'd be more.
What now?
Oh.
We meet again. I've killed your kind before.
Finishing with that never fails to impress. Oh, that was just a judgment cut from DMC, yeah. Combined with the Odin finisher from... I mean, it's also just the classic samurai thing, right?
Damn it.
Dude, is that basically just... I mean, different profile, but that thing reminds me of...
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord, just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in, a duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become akashic in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
Don't have to like it. You can... I will say, so I did a couple of quests, obviously a little bit off stream to wind down last night. I think every quest in this game that actually has a climactic cutscene, and there's actually quite a few of them, I think are the strongest points of their side questing. When they like get to like really kind of not even really deeply interrogate, but interrogate an idea.
Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
And this entire side quest chain, right, with Cyril has really been about understanding and appreciating, maybe not understanding and appreciating, understanding, respecting the sincerity of people's faith, even if it is in some ways madness or self-sacrificing in a way that's maybe not cool. But understanding why people hold it all the same and all.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with the chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end.
People's freedom to choose.
For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
a noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be, only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right?
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
That was excellently done. I actually think that, weirdly enough, without talking about it as constantly, as frequently as I think some like JRPG style stories do that talk about free will or freedom, I think that the 16 tries to take advantage of its like much more, again, muted's not right, but more grounded aspect, and like try to get into the nitty gritty as much as it can while still being not surface level, but like it's, you know, palatable like quests that you just, you know, pretty standard style quests, but having to confront, you know, the idea that fighting for people's freedom does not mean that you're fighting for people's freedom so that they will all choose exactly what you want for them, but for them to be able to choose what they want for themselves. I think that's really important. I don't know how, I don't feel like a lot of like, I feel like a lot of time that part's omitted from the discussion on it in a game. The emblem of the Undying headquarters in Tabor. The village is home to the finest leather workers and lapandries in Dhalmekia, who are little aware that their affable new neighbors are members of a secret society sworn to serve the Fiend. I actually want to laud the game for like its like what it's doing with the idea of bearers, what's doing like with slavery and fighting for their free will and what it means to have free will there, and then juxtaposing that against the main fantastical element with Ultima. I think actually was really smart.
Taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
I think the grounded conflict and the fantastical conflict end up being actually pretty tightly intertwined. I think that's
you know what you have to do.
I won't let you down.
So if you guys don't remember, we figured out he used to be a judicial, basically a judicial official for Sen Breck, and then he basically fought the good fight in terms of trying to make sure that justice was working and everything went well. The person he was working with, who was his ally the whole time, he found out that he was actually also full of shit the whole time and was using him to clear out everybody else. So now we revealed to him basically where that guy is and the act that he's doing, and now he's basically preparing the entire town to go to war against that guy. Yeah. A settlement located in central Sembrek. It had fallen almost entirely into ruin after new roads bypassed it. That is until Quentin, a co-conspirator of Sid's, took it upon himself to rebuild it. His chief aim in doing so was to amass enough manpower to seek revenge on the Lord Chief Justice of Sembrek, and he found no shortage of the others who had suffered at the man's hands, willing to join him. During this coming retribution, the Lord Chief Justice set the Black Shields to seek out the village in order to destroy it. Yeah, I would definitely agree, Crepe, and I would like for all the games maybe weaker aspects at times. I do think that it's one thing you really can't not call as cohesive in terms of what it's, which I think is by very much intention, because I think in some ways that's what in particular 13 and 15 kind of struggled with, and sometimes even 12. The world might have been cohesive, but the actual plot.
I fear that I must bid you farewell. As you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's vultures are circling. We must strike now. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you, as I trusted your predecessor.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, and I understand more than anyone how you feel. But is revenge really the answer?
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for since that day.
But what of Lostwing? Everything you've built.
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last, come what may. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children. The elderly, bearers afflicted by the curse. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would do them any good. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven for long. And so, Clive, I find myself turning to you once more. Will you take them to your hideaway, that they might live even should Lostwing die?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of those who rallied to my cause. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shields strike.
Understood. I'll make sure they get to the hideaway safely.
Then the last of my preparations are complete. Fare you well, Clive. And may Grieger guide us. All of us.
I need to check the ATL again, but I swear to God that there's no entry for Grieger, and I find that wild.
To Gotan's Bales, then, and quickly, before anyone else finds them.
If you don't, well, it's interesting, Crepe, right? Because I think there's absolutely that there and that to be read, but there's also a real emphasis on some more about the benefit to of certain traditional values, or you know, like there's not necessarily a conservatist bent, but there's definitely moments that, you know, for a good instance, we're talking about like with Mist, with Torgal, right? Like where we come from matters. I think that one of the reasons it succeeds wildly is because it's, as much as it has that bent within it, it's not. It alloys itself with like human truths rather than trying to emphasize on like just theory, right? I think it's trying to alloy itself into like what the human experience is, but also what it might take in order to make it better in this under these conditions. I think that's where sometimes other things get it wrong. But I definitely agree. I don't feel 16 is trying to be preachy. I think it's trying to engage with ideas through characters the best it can.
Everyone. Quentin has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quentin. We owe him our lives, so we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's because he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice done.
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quentin.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's Manor. We have to get Quentin to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quentin die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor? It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heaven Hall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
I'm going to say something that's going to probably sound really weird, but I don't watch a lot of streaming, so I don't necessarily have a good cue. Does anybody ever stream just playing the game? Like, no camera, no... Like, it's just... I mean, like, I know people do silent plays for, like, YouTube and stuff where they'll upload it, but, like... Because I kind of imagine... I don't know. I imagine I might find...
All right.
I can imagine, like, wanting to just experience... I get, like, okay, well, if I just wanted to see a game played, I'll just play the game. Like, half the time, the thing that people want is to, like, engage with a person or, like, some extra layer to it, otherwise... But, you know, I can imagine that... being at least somewhat appealing.
Stay down!
You're finished.
Well, it's interesting though, right, Crate? Because like, that's more about self-determinism and like, self-determinism. Like, I don't think it's just inherently a leftist ideology. At least not stateside. I mean, it may not be the reality of what's practiced or preached, but like, I think like, I mean, it's anti-authoritarian, right? Like self-determinism, sure. Which I guess is usually is associated with leftist. But like, you know, stateside, you can be a libertarian, right? Which typically, I mean, you know, they can be all over the place in terms of their belief, but a lot of times libertarians skew a little bit more right, but are also anti-authoritarian. It isn't, but I have a lot of other thoughts that don't fit into YouTube comments. Yeah, no worries.
Damn it.
Probably, but
don't tell me I'm too late.
Yeah. I agree with your point, by the way, just so it's very clear. I'm more like just playing off of it.
Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
Beeman? No, girl. How dare you call this
be the guard dog, Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But
your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. You're just a rabid beast that needs to be put down.
Gotcha. Stylish. Kitty. Indeed, Umino.
If only we'd arrived earlier. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear, just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans, building a haven in Lostwing, freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? Justice? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost, so that I might take another.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
And so are you. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news. It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What?
Oh no. At least everyone got out, right?
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool!
Damn it.
Damn it. Quentin's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick.
The worm's tail infinite? Just because of the instrumentation or anything in particular? You know what? Stop it. God, it's so fucking broken.
I need to find Quentin.
I definitely would say I definitely
Quentin.
have come to appreciate
Quentin,
Worm's Tale more.
Look
over
at me!
time.
Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah, and all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing, right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quentin we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quentin will suffice. After all, we are family. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it.
I do really love there's this small thing that they do where not only do they give a slight smile, they like add a slight like they make Clive's eyes a little smiley. Like there's like kinder and smilier and happier, which is so interesting because of how much of Clive's marketing material makes him look like angry and edgy, and which is so funny because it's so at certain points he's serious, but he's not. The only time we've ever seen Clive truly be hateful in this game was hateful of himself for his inability to save Joshua. You know? It's funny. Oh, Byron's got a quest now. We gotta do Hippocrates' quest, Byron's quest, and then Joshua's quest, and then we're good.
Lawsman Hippocrates, I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
What a line. My deepest regret is that I only ever offered him.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
This one was from your notes. It was, if you go to your, you go to the reading table. There may also have been prereqs to this, some quests that you had prerequisites to it. A tail in a Bahamut, if only we're called a rat's tail. Oh, see, now that you say that, I wonder if it being called a wyvern's tail is a nod towards that, Jose. That's a really good question.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I did a quest where I helped
for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies, and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes, but such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
I would have read that as Eugene.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course,
we saw that when Dion came inside of them.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
Dude, I want to see a development timeline for this game. I hope they either no clip or someone gets to interview them. I want to know, like, what the timeline of development of 16 was, how long was pre-production, what the, like, localization pipeline. Oh. So wait, is Eugene and Eugen, are they spelled completely the same? Which came first? I assume the Germanic came first as an older, and then, but I'm trying to figure out how we got Eugene from Eugen. I mean, maybe Eugen got put down on paper, it got spelled a certain way, and then people started reading it a certain way.
Do you see that too?
They're all staring at. I love that you can see Origin up above.
Papa?
Just pretty much from anywhere you can see in Waloed, you can see it in Sembrek, you can see it in Rosaria.
I'm scared.
And I do appreciate what they're trying to do with the ambient dialogue. Terrible.
Good girl.
Faster.
I feel like I said this like 3 or 4 episodes ago or something, but now, like, 16 is the first time that I've like really wanted like a 16 style MMO. Like the next time they make an MMO, I would love like a full action version. I mean, look, other than the global cooldown, right? Effectively, for the most part, 14 is a you know, real time. It's an ATB system where the ATB is your global cooldown, so it's all like 2 seconds, right?
Turncoats
Oh,
and
interesting,
cowards,
Craig.
the lot of you!
That's fascinating.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Yeah, I agree. I think the normal, I think the battle themes are all spot on. Definitely, I'm perfect.
A little longer than I'd have.
Trying to figure, I would have to think about all the. I have to figure out which names all of them are, but I feel like there are a couple themes that really hit for me. There are battle themes. I think pretty much all battle themes are on point. And there's a couple of other themes. I feel like I don't know if my ears just not catching them as much, but I feel like the leitmotifs and melodies that have hit so far from 16 have not hit me as hard as some other Final Fantasies. But it might also just because it's new, you know. It may be, you know, you flash forward 5 years and all of a sudden it turns out, no, I've actually fallen deeply in love with them for various other reasons on replays or what have you.
Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you
Yeah,
answer
pretty much
one
Jose.
question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals, but those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
That's why doing the Quentin storyline unlocked this. I do appreciate that doing other missions. I think the way the missions open up by the end of the game, I think are great. And I'm torn because on the one hand, yeah, I don't want to, you shouldn't want your player to be bogged down in side quests when you want like the narrative momentum of everything to be more upfront. So like, I definitely, I think I'm much more forgiving about the quests now. But yeah, so I mean, Black Desert Online, besides the pay to win bullshit stuff that it's got going on to an nth degree, one of the things about it is that it just really sucks in terms of end game. That's like dungeons or raids or that kind of thing. And then you kind of get better, like Phantasy Star kind of is better about that in some regards, but you get stuck in these things where you just have to repeat the same things over and over again, right? Which I mean, it's totally untrue of 14. But basically taking the best aspects of those combats and maybe even a little bit of Guild Wars 2's combat, and more of the story and raid and dungeon importance, if not full philosophy of 14, lumping that in there. And then, I mean, in a perfect world, I'd love it the world to be contiguous to some extent, you know. But then you're kind of just asking for everything. The difficulty too is like, if you make it full action, it's hard to not just make it spammy, and it's hard to make if you allow for full action, full dodging, full abilities like that, it's hard to make things that are really beautifully designed dances, kind of the way that 14 does. So you'd have to do a whole different raid philosophy of like combat design. That would take time to figure out. Because the dance aspect of that would just be very hard to do with the chaos of full motion and full movement and full ability to roam.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his...
It's so funny, I purposely tried to get it down to only a very small amount of quests so that we wouldn't be doing quests all day before going into the final battle. And we still have so many. Yeah, Crepe, I have.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other?
Havel, good to glad to have you.
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Yeah, I really appreciate how they interweave some of the quests for sure.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with akashic?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
I love that that's some of the funniest writing in this game so far. I mean, to be fair, honestly, that was the performance.
Shall we begin
really.
again?
You really can't
What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall, and there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
I'll say they built up to it bit by bit and slowly in a lot of cases, but you know, to the game's deep credit, it tries to pay off all those emotional bits between the characters it's built up. People like Quentin, Byron, you know, Vivian, like just, you know, props to the game on that. Signed by the representatives from Rosaria, Dhalmekia, and Sunbreck, this mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony?
What do you think?
Okay, just gotta go to Waloed quick, grab that thing for Hippocrates, then one last quest with Joshua. I wonder what it is. I kind of wish, and maybe it does, and I just haven't noticed. I wish the world state changed an extra time. Like at some point, like maybe. I mean, I guess it does with Origin being summoned, right? Like up into this, like obviously the world state changes that, and the world state changes because the crystals visually are gone, so that counts. But I mean, I wish like it went from like sunny, vibrant, colorful to kind of drab, and when Primogenesis first gets used to like, but once you finish Waloed, it got like really dark or something like that.
Yeah.
Just because currently you spend. What, almost 2/3 of the game during Primogen? I guess it depends if you're doing side quests or not. I guess if you're not doing side quests, it's probably like half and half at most. But since there's so many of the side quests are backloaded, you spend so much time in the Primogenesis world. I don't know if it's the area riding on a chocobo or the music, but it's some
Purple
slight
flowers blooming next to a
Breath of the
waterfall.
Wild vibes.
Shouldn't be too hard to find. Nice try.
Right. But I'm thinking about time spent, right? There's so much side stuff in it. So maybe you're right. Maybe all in all, it's half time. If you group side content, it just sticking in my mind.
Too slow.
But it's just interesting because it feels like a end state, and yet it's in some ways more like a halfway state because of. Which I mean makes sense because of the amount of side quests that kind of like resultant because of the Akash, the Aether Floods, and it's like a bunch of quests can't even really come to pass or be until that word state happens. So fair enough. Forgot to grab the flowers.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose. Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
Records suggest that the wyvern tail was first cultivated for the purpose of distilling a purple dye from its petals. However, when the tended blooms were discovered to lose their hue over time, the gardeners of early Valstea made a fateful decision to investigate the practical properties of roots instead.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
You know what part of it is? Part of it is because we spent a third in the old, well, maybe not quite a third, but we spent like roughly a fourth or a third in the old hideout, then changed to here, or spent a third here, and then, so we spent definitely as much, if not more time here in the dusk than we have in light. I think that's maybe part of why it sticks in my head. I forgot what I wanted to say. The other group from the book quest could be something as well that could be further explored in DLC. Yeah, I was definitely thinking the same thing, Crape. I'm forgetting their name, but yeah, definitely.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
Now. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Hippocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
I don't necessarily know that 16 would be better for adding more quirkiness. For all I've pointed out that, like, I feel like in some ways that's one of the things that makes it just a bit different than some of the older Final Fantasies. Not all of them, mind you.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Hippocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Hippocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting
of course
me
Annabella didn't like her.
with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soul in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
Good question, Jose. He should be roughly the same age as Clive.
Or more precisely, my Stolas quill.
A little younger.
That an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Hippocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Bahamut's Mercy. Reduces Giga Flare count. Ooh, nice. Don't really use Bahamut, but... Let's actually talk to Hippocrates real
I
quick.
was wondering
Let's see if
when
we're
next
missing
you'd
anything.
visit. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Mysteries of the Realm. We're missing one last thing. Or two things. It probably could be associated with chronoliths, because I know I haven't been really doing.
Did you learn everything you
okay,
needed?
So we'll do the last quest with Joshua, just in case those happen to reveal anything. But yeah, Dion, because we know he would have been. He left to do the Dragoons. Three things I missed one. Yeah, okay. Dragoon. He would have been old enough to meet Joshua and Clive when they were younger, and I feel like we actually could parse out his exact age if we look. We'll make sure we'll see. We'll go look at
Clive.
Hippocrates stuff in a bit.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience.
I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
With how much this game has been about Will, I feel like ending it on the note of, I'm glad I saved this quest, because ending it on the note of their father's will. Pretty apt. Make sure there's not anything left.
Take a look at my wares. Come again.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way, shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. It shall be an arduous inheritance, so I offer you another. You might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you. Your father, Elwyn.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals? To see centuries of common wisdom overturned? Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Elwyn is the MVP, totally, Jose. Ultimately, the suns are without even knowing it, we're abiding by their father's truth.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
So like a kidney stone. This is such a nitpick. This is such a fucking nitpick. I do wish that this was instead in Rosalith. Like that killing it was in or Rosaria somewhere.
Eyes peeled, Joshua. There it is. For House Rosfield.
Oh yeah, Jose, there's definitely it being here is not weird, and there's totally justification for why it should be here is fine. Just in terms of like the emotional impact of them fighting in their home. Griffins suffer something akin to Crystal's curse, their flesh slowly turning to stone over a lifetime of channeling aether. Unlike bears, however, the effect is far more gradual and limited to sac around their hearts. The slower progress of petrification resulting in the formation of a gemstone of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
Literally a Heartstone.
I expect Lady Godotha will know.
And there's nothing wrong with it being there. It's perfectly fine. I just little touch of just like them, you know, returning home to fight the beast. Whatever.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Godotha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Godotha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Godotha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
I think I know exactly where. Yep. It just happened to have found it earlier. Well, I wondered exactly if it was that thing, if it was Elwyn's grave.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
We're also like 10.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
I am very glad I saved that class for last. Rusted battle. Archduke Elwin's helm worn during his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. War is coming, my boy. Let's make ready. I don't know. Maybe it was an Aether Ghost. Maybe it was just the feeling that he was watching over them still. I'm not sure we'll know. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Oh, cool. So now he's just permanently with me. Oh, is there... There's one class. Yeah, for sure. Oh, interesting. This is there's one more left of the reading table, but maybe sort of a final farewell or something. Also, I'm going to equip. I've been using double XP gear or XP increase gear. Let me equip other stuff. Light favor of darkness. Steel. Light, favor of earth, favor of lightning, bolts. Bringing Scarlet Cyclones down a little bit might actually be preferable. That was it. May not be on the same level with protagonist on 14 for me. Well, here's the thing about the Warrior of Light, though. The Warrior of Light as a character has moments, I think, the great moments from some of the characterization options you get from dialogue, but the Warrior of Light gets to basically let the people around them fill in so much that, look, I love the Warrior of Light, but like obviously they're partially your stand-in and plus whatever headcanon things you're influencing on top of them. So the Warrior of Light is, while being a character with certain definable traits, also... I don't think you can compare the Warrior of Light to like to a protagonist that's named, has a specific backstory, specific like characterizations, you know, where you can't just read your own. And Warrior of Light can't eat spice like a champ. At least mine did. Concerned for Jill. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva's weighs heavy on her heart. We would be poor friends indeed if we did not seek to lighten the burden, even if only but a fraction, before we depart for the skies. I would speak more on this in private. Oh, okay, so there is Joshua. There is actually one more.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
And these quests are made to do right before you go to Origin, so... We have all the mementos now? Nope, I am missing 2. Interesting. Or no, 3. Interesting. I wonder if you get any from, like, the Cornwallis.
Clive, my boy.
You sit under the plan of yours, then? I am. You never were one to shy away from a fight. Some might say it runs in the family. Your father
Thank you,
would be
Uncle.
proud. I know he'll be with us.
As for down here...
You may take comfort in the knowledge that the realm will be in my capable hands until your return. Indeed.
We'll be fine, Clive.
Interesting. Okay, I'll make sure I'll go to talk to Taria and make sure I got hers. See, Infinite, you say that, but I know people who like genuinely feel that way about the Warrior of Light. Like we've had people in the comments say that about the Warrior of Light, so I wouldn't necessarily have taken that as a joke.
Clive, I wanted to give you something for the kindness you showed my mentor.
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful indeed. And Taya, try not to work too hard.
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
Yes, my lord? I prithee, do not risk yourself unduly.
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind. It reminds me of home.
I'm glad Ada for once got a happy ending. Not gonna lie, I like how started Wild Games Late to be on some dialogue choices. Yeah. Do we have any more of the hunt? Oh, I've got one more hunt. The Man in Black, Lost Wing, Simbrak. You must get him allowed to do that.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Every epic starts with a single word, every symphony a single note. This is but the beginning. Forever shall your legend be told. Forever shall your legacy.
All yours. All done?
Off you go then.
Back again? Allow me to educate you. Of course.
Wait, does that show Dion is... Oh, that's Sleipnir. I was about to say that.
One must understand one's place in the world. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her. Now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
That's how you open up that. I've been wondering because there's like been the circle all through this time.
this is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone in the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
There's one other cutoff place in Waloed. I wonder if that's what they're gonna be. To Hippocrates. Presumably. Usually it's in the nose.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Oh, no, that would, yeah, makes sense.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen us.
What? Sure. Use the berserker because that was fun. Yeah, that was very sad. Raven, Tracy just full of emotions today.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
We went to go find a field of flowers, Kiko.
You learn
and,
where we might
they were
find
all
our
dead.
flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrek.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
Also need to find... Oh, we also need to do the Man in Black and Lost Wing, I bet you. Because there was that area in Lost Wing that we never got to go into in the Cellar Passage. We have to go in town, if I'm not mistaken. Get into. It's still so wild to me that, like, we never. Still don't think I've seen a passage on Gregor, and it's like, is that intentional? That like we have active time lore, but we don't ever like learn about one of the presiding faiths? It seems such a bizarre thing. It has to be an intentional.
Caution, brother.
Holy Trumpeter. Rank B. Fight! honestly, in making this game, that's one of the reasons they were like, nope, boys, let's gotta change it. We cannot be allowed to keep looking like this.
It's over.
Yo.
Okay, based on I got that achievement, I'm assuming that was actually the final. What do you eat all the plants? They look so yummy and pretty. Yeah, definitely not a good idea to stick
And
plants
how
in your
might
mouth.
I help the garrison today?
Oh, what have you got?
I had something fall off the wall I had to fix real quick. Wish there was like one more waypoint. Having to walk through all of or through each time kind of sucks. Please inform yourself about which plants are healthy before eating them. Ending with judgment cut pretty epic, yeah.
Do be careful.
I will.
It's hard not to, one with how much damage it does, and two just because it looks so awesome. Like not defaulting to ending with Odin is I always really like using that Shiva combo. It was really good. But like the thing is you get Judgment Bolt plus you get all that downtime when you use Dancing Steel to reset your abilities. The only real difficulty is you have to be careful about making sure you land the Dancing Steel attack because it takes time to charge up.
The meadows are vast.
And luckily if you
where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
And luckily if you turn on like icon mode, like if you semi-prime, you'll it works really well for it gets rid of your knockback.
Look, brother.
So you can use it to pretty much always land hits unless they run away.
The flowers and our friends.
Yeah, true infinite.
What do you see, boy? Let's hope this is the last one.
Raven, go eat a
One
snack.
way to find
Don't
out.
friend Kiko's flowers. Bullshit.
That was harder than I expected.
Yukio, good to see, glad to have you. I'm not even jumping into the conversation you guys are dead dealing with right now.
But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Thank you, Infinite. Infinite, short-term moderator.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Hey, no, I'm glad to have you guys talking. Don't far be it from me. Y'all are having a good time, then we're having a good time.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you. Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there, I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
On continent.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Woo!
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
That feels like a genuine relationship right there. That's the thing. 16 really is interested in trying to be pretty naturalistic at every step it can. I mean, Infinite Pavel warned us. And they're almost here.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Me too, Infinite. Me too. I think you're gonna be wrong, Tracy. I don't think this is gonna end in tragedy. I think that there may be some struggle along the way, but I think there's still hope. Fragrant diadem handwoven by Jill from flowers picked by the shores of Ulfiest Bay. Never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do. Eva's Kings. Song of Winter, Autumn Gone from Frosted Lips. Oblivion. Ah! We fucking found a way to get Oblivion in here. Song of Winter, Autumn Gone from Frosted Lips. Oblivion. Oh, man. There must be one more quest then that I missed or something for Waloed, because there's still a place that's locked off for Waloed, and then also I don't have that, but for joining hands with Hill. Jill has joined the Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. With Joshua as well? Or no, it's just permanently her. I don't see any more quests, so that's it, folks. On to the final confrontation. One thing I just want to check. Been loving the natural progression of their relationship. Yeah, Kiko. We all want that, but it won't happen. You're so second. Some people are fine watching at 2x and listening at 2x. I myself have always been a 1xer, but the fact that you can fully expect both outcomes in the game by this point really shows good writing. Yeah, that I could see it going either way.
He's here. He might tell you.
Talk to Hippocrates real quick, see if we might get a level up.
I was wondering when next you'd visit. Now this, I believe you will find most interesting.
Oh, okay, we got some interesting here. Riviera. An impossibly tall tower in central ash that seems to pierce the very heavens. It was built by Ultima when he first arrived in Valisthea. From its heights, he examined the flow of aether through the land and thereby determined the optimum placement for the Mother Crystal. Sins of Zemeckis. An incident in which the Fallen launched an assault on the Mother Crystal Zemeckis to claim its power, and in so doing stoked the ire of Ultima himself. In response, the self-proclaimed god destroyed the crystal, leaving behind both a great yawning crater and a cautionary legend that has since spread through Valisthea. Dominant. Those within whom slept the power of an icon, the Dominants are but a stepping stone in the creation of Ultima's perfect vessel, Mythos. When Ultima sowed the seeds of humanity, he imbued those assigned to protect each Mother Crystal with an elemental affinity. A power that would amplify over the generations, until the icons eventually emerged through the memory of their power, though the memory of their power remains ever. Even after it is absorbed into Mythos, it takes an increasing toll upon the persons to summon it. Okay, I see. So they still have access to their power, but it causes more and more damage. Fallen. An ancient civilization that thrived some thousands of years before the present day. Though no direct record of the Fallen remains, early legends in the modern corpus speak of them as the Men of Magic, the pinnacle of whose magical technology was the airship, enormous cities that soared through the skies. Comparison of the ruins of these airships and other ancient structures connected to Ultima reveals slight but marked differences, suggesting the former is but a close copy of the latter. Alas, it seems their pursuit of Ultima's most closely guarded secrets led to their downfall when they sent their fleet against Zemeckis and ushered in the tragedy that saw their civilization fall. So it was the events during Zemeckis that Ultima civilization. The ancient civilization of the godlike Ultima Collective. The discovery of magic helped them to thrive, but came at a terrible cost. The onset of the Blight. After their cities fell and their people perished, the few survivors fled to the untouched land of Valisthea to lay the groundwork for their future revival. The apothecary beneath Phoenix Gate and the Tower of Riviera and Waloed are both relics of their civilization, and far predate those of the Fallen. Interesting, so Fallen airships and places like the apothecary are actually two separate. Garrett Stone, a mysterious ceramic tablet in the stands in the hideaway. Though it's closely resembled to a relic of the Fallen, the way in which it reacts to Clav's presence and urges him to unlock his hidden potential suggests some connection to Ultima. It is likely that this stone, as well as other towers of similar construction that dot the landscape, were created by the creature before he entered his slumber in order to aid in the perfection of his vessel, Mythos. Obelisk. Ancient technology of the Ultima Collective, set in place upon their advent to Valisthea in order to guide the flow of aether towards the Mother Crystals. The land's life force might be harvested all the more readily. The obelisks are separate entities to the Mother Crystals themselves, so the latter destruction does not affect the former's function. After Ultima cast Primogenesis, the resulting imbalance in the aether made these obelisks grow all the brighter. Children of Zemeckis. The tribe who once dwelled in the land surrounding the lost Mother Crystal of Zemeckis, this Mother Crystal communicated directly with Origin, from whence Ultima. Also, that must explain why Leviathan. Zemeckis must have been the water one. That would explain. And the wind one must have been in the south of Wood. That would explain why Leviathan was lost. This Mother Crystal communicated directly with Origin, from whence Ultima kept watch on the world from his slumber. And so those people who lived around it had a closer relationship with their creator than most. It was they who founded the Circle of Malleus, to keep the word of their lord and future savior alive, after the tragedy of Zemeckis and the first fall of humanity. The Savior of Myth. Among the teachings of the Circle of Malleus is the story that the Lord Almighty delivered unto his children a prophecy of their future salvation before hiding himself away in the heavens. A myth that lived on in the many of the folk religions that would later supplant it. But long considered to be naught but a legend, it is possible that this reflects a real historical event, Ultima's final words to humanity before he entered hibernation deep in Valisthea. The few remaining sources disagree on Ultima's precise wording, but on 4 points they all align. That on some future day of reckoning, the incarnation of the Lord would appear among mankind and remake the world. The advent of this incarnation would be heralded by the emergence of several heavenly servants of great might, that the Lord's faithful should rally these servants together in order to bring the incarnation into being, and that for their loyalty they would be rewarded with greatest gladness. Kind of reminds you, the thing that makes me think of like, not Shai-Hulud, Quetzalcoatl. Ultima's thralls. Soulless automata largely composed of Aether, whose only motivation is to see that the Creator's will is done. Ultima gave them life upon first arriving in Valisthea, and immediately tasked them with defending the realm's shores from any outside forces that would seek to interfere in his endeavors. The deity now employs them solely to test the strength and durability of his self-proclaimed vessel, the Journal of Moss. The Annals of Moss the Chronicler, a scholar of Valisthean history who unearthed many of the buried secrets of Ultima and the circles of Malleus. Shortly after he encountered a young Hippocrates in the other continent and inspired the boy's own pursuits of learning, Moss returned to the Twins, where his long years of wandering from ruin to relic, pursuit of vestiges of Valisthea past, finally.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
New World. The paradise Ultima seeks to summon into creation, one free from the blight that almost ended his race. Though Barnabas believed that he and his fellow faithful would be allowed to join his deity there, he was mistaken. Only Ultima and his kin shall have a place in this new paradise, a paradise freed not only from blight, but from humanity. He intends to kill all of humanity with it. A realm comprising the Valisthea, the realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystal once stood vigil. Countless eons ago, Ultima arrived here fleeing the blight and devoured his own homeland, and resolved to rebuild the world and usher in a new and final age of pure reason. It was he who placed the Mother Crystal in each corner of the land, that they might harvest the Aether he needed to achieve his end. Ifrit Risen. The two icons of fire united as one with the might that far exceeds either icon alone. With the body of Ifrit and the wings of Phoenix, its appearance closely resembles that of Ultima, as depicted in the ancient murals of the Circle of Malleus. Could this be the final true form of the vessel that Ultima requires to remake the world? Magic. The art of channeling Aether to make one's imagination manifest. Bears and Dominus can cast magic without a crystal, but this comes at a cost relative to the amount of Aether channeled. The crystal's curse that petrifies their flesh. For this reason, Ultima's incorporeal form prevents him from casting the supremely powerful spells with which he means to remake the world, and so he seeks a vessel strong enough to withstand the torrents of Aether required. Otherwise, any vessel he would use would just fall apart. Crystals, one of the most valuable materials known to mankind thanks to its ability to channel ambient Aether from the air, allowing those without innate power to do so to cast magics. Well, why wouldn't Ultima just use an if you could make the Mother Crystals, why not just make an incredibly huge crystal? I guess kind of like what Origin is. Allowing those to do so cast magics. After Ultima cast Primogenesis and the skies over Valisthea darkened, many of the municipal crystals that fired forges and filled wells began to fail. In certain areas, even those ration shards that people relied on in their everyday lives lost their spark, making life all but unlivable. Deadland. Barren waste where the Aether has dried up entirely and no longer gives the land life. Not only does this render all magical but unusable, but the ground and water are also stained darkest black. Not even the small seedling grows. Little to the knowledge of most Valistheans, the spreading blight is in fact driven by the Mother Crystals that drain away the land's Aether for Ultima's ends. Though the beings flew to Valisthea to escape the blight, overuse of magic by human civilization that followed only succeeded in despoiling the last unblemished land. Glazim's Well. The vast ethereal dome created by King Barnabas, using the power of the icon Odin, is not only capable of repelling assaults both corporeal and magical, but will also consume any who might endeavor passage across its bounds, spanning from the mining settlement. Yep, we already dealt with that. There's nothing. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships, though all are now lie shattered and silent on the surface below. The Invincible, in which Clive and his allies had built their new hideaway, being one such relic. So advanced was the Fallen's technology, it was nigh indistinguishable from magic, leading historian of the early modern era to remember them as the Men of Magitech, or Men of Magical Technology. It is Mid's dream to bring this technology back to life, that humanity might take flight. Should be about it. One thing I just want to recheck. Yarsh. The dark, ill-omened skies unleashed when Ultima brought about Primogenesis. The word Arsh is used only on Ash, where the coming of the cursed skies has long been foretold as the harbinger of the end of all things. I want to read Primogenesis one more time. Spell cast by Ultima that casts a roiling pall over Valisthea. The unbalance in the Aether that resulted not only sapped the potency of crystals and magic in those lands, remained livable, but filled the rest with floods, turning men and beasts into mindless, merciless Akashic, all to sap the wills of mankind and make all of humanity to his soulless servants. To think that he's both imprisoned and without a vessel and still able to cast Primogenesis is kind of crazy. Okay, finally I'm now live. Welcome to battle. Music sounds so interesting now at 2x speed. It's just prelude, but the speed is almost unnoticeable. Alia, when E3 comes out, will there be a book club for it? Yes, Raven. I promise you when E3 comes out, we will do a book club. We will do a book club. We'll probably go back to maybe doing it every Fridays or Saturdays. We'll see. But there will be. He did make incredibly huge amount of crystals. He can't use them for some reason, it seems. Well, this is slowed.
Did you learn everything you needed?
It is now mandatory for Elliot to scream at every piece of news about E3 when it finally arrives. Unboxing it would consist of, I would scream, but I won't for people's ears during the entire thing. Yes, I am very excited and I'm trying to contain it for the stream crew. Yeah, maybe they thought it would sound more heavy on the menacing that way. Yeah. Yeah, so what are the Fallen? Were the Ultima's people or super ancient humans? No, well, so there was Ultima. Ultima came in, made mankind, then, and then went into slumber to allow mankind to gestate so that mythos could be created. Then mankind eventually became the Fallen. They got wills of their own, started creating technology, and became cognizant, and then tried to take Zemeckis' crystal. And then Ultima destroyed Zemeckis' crystal, and all the Fallen airships fell out of the sky, and the Fallen fractured. Those people then went on to found new civilizations, and that became the people that we know today. So the Fallen are just normal humans. They're just like everybody else from an earlier point in time. Like everyone started out Akashic and mindless and a thrall, and then eventually humanity gained its own will, and then moved into a period of time where they like emulated Ultima and became the people that would become the Fallen. Then their hubris grew too great. Ultima punished them. They all survived, but they didn't have full context for their time in the past. And that period of time wasn't really recorded very thoroughly. Yeah. Sure, Normal Stream also shows how has a theme of musters. Okay. Well, guys, I think this is it. Are you guys ready to go to the final confrontation?
Clive.
Do some final shopping in case there's anything needed.
Coin purse weighing you down?
It only took us almost 3 hours.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. Come again. Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
I'll miss you most, Karen. Okay, who else wants to see Karen and Matoya hang out? Thanks, Tracy. I know you find the side quests sometimes more of the boring stuff. Okay, guys. You know what, actually? One last thing I want to do. I want to check to see if there's a note from Jill or Joshua from doing that last side quest. It feels like a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago. That afternoon on Man's Hill was our very first adventure. But somehow I knew even then it would not be our last. I'll never forget the day. The simple fact that you have not either fills my heart with a joy so fierce I cannot describe it. Since the moment we first met, you have always been an important part of me. The half that makes me whole. When times are darkest, my light. When I am lost, you are my guiding star. You are just what I need. You are all that I need. You are the greatest gift. Bill. Do you remember what you told me the night at Phoenix Gate? That while the fate of Rosaria sits on my shoulders, the fate of its dominance sits upon yours. But are we not both dominants of fire? Does not the flame of our forebears burn in both our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You have chosen to be my shield. Let me choose to be yours. This is not what our father wanted. What Sid wanted. Cast aside fate and forge our own paths. Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. Joshua. No, I mean, like, I want it, like, I want Leviathan because I want one for each element, but I think there's a perfect, the amount of icons they have is fine. I mean, look, I always want more because I always want to see their interpretation of them, but no, I don't think there was any need, the game needed it anymore. Let's do this, guys. I'd love to see Balfour in the game once again. We haven't seen a Balfour in a while.
Make sure you do this time. And while you're at it. Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this. Well, behave yourself, Mid.
We'll see.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
And what does Tyre have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Tyre. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all?
Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
Main theme.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
I know. I love you too.
Fucking Star Wars it. Oh, hey! What else from side quests? Isabel.
No. We have a god to kill.
It's time to save the world.
Here they come! Hold on, Joshua!
Already am!
To make us a way in.
Crystal Hole coming up.
So, this is Origin.
A far cry from heaven.
Where it all began, where it all begins, our ark, your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered. Here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
Sound enough strategy as any. Ultima Prime thwarted? Uh-huh. We'll see about that.
Had you only surrendered, this unpleasantness could have been avoided.
Oh, and of course he has fucking one black angel wing. Phoenix wing.
We have you.
Dion.
Dion. Go! Save your brother! not for acceptance. Only forgiveness!
Now, Father, it is done.
Clive! Clive! No.
Joshua.
Thank the Founder. Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Oh, I'll be alright.
And Dion. Take my hand.
I told you, I'll be...
Come on.
Thank you.
Press on.
Always.
There has to be a limit to how the other cold, bothered, trying to get me something.
I'm sorry about Dion.
Don't be. Please. He did what he had to do.
And it's time we did the same. Should we stop?
Because of the cough. No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I suppose we are.
That light, so cold. So empty. We're close, aren't we?
It, seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home.
but they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end, it was here we pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber, that together we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation, only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone. Him. Alone. Clive, I think I understand. He...
They sacrificed their flesh to become beating hearts of crystal that pumped the land's lifeblood from the depths of the earth unto this very chamber. And thus would they labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
You meant for us to destroy the Mother Crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Mythos. In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
Joshua.
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
That's why he's been able to act on stage so that
Joshua! No!
And now we can become one.
it's like a typhoon.
Clive.
Don't speak. Shh.
The one possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit, and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong. I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel.
I don't care. Just hold on.
Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance.
In vain.
in vain, for he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us.
Joshua! Don't do it, you're...
Enough, Clive. My body is too far gone. If the wound does not take me, the curse will. Always been proud to call you my shield. But now, it is the world that needs you. Thank you, Clive, for being my brother.
Look at me, Joshua. Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien! Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel. deny the inevitable.
As we always have. And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
This is the work of my will.
I should help.
Countless centuries have I waited for this moment. This moment in which I might revel in my creation, only to find it profaned, and so it must be cleansed. Unexpected. How is it that your will yet endures?
Because it's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken. And I shall see it so. For such is my will.
Try it.
Perhaps this will break you. Why? What latent force feeds these flames? I sense more here than mere will. Is this Logos? Have you truly become free? No, I forbid it. You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us. I created you, all of you. And what is mine is mine to destroy.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours. Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Fucking do this.
Have you learned nothing? Damned is the slave who would turn the scourge upon his master.
That's plenty of time, right? Fuck.
Gotcha. Might consume mine.
Dude, I've been dodging axes faster than that this entire game.
You cannot best me.
Gotcha.
How is this possible? No. 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 My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the results shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing, Logos. Nothing. Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete. And you, for your defiance, shall pay the proper price. An eternity of anguish.
Anguish. Pain. Suffering. You have known none of these. But we have. So we know what they grant. They bring us together. And that makes us strong. Let's try.
My will be done.
Titan!
Give him hell, Clive!
You cannot have this power. It is not yours to take. That's my boy! Ice I'm feeling! Shiva!
Together!
my son.
No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
Oh, and yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
We are not the same. No man might stand beside me. Not. Witness my creation.
Let's roll ready.
Petulant child. When all hope is burned away, naught will remain but ash. There is no escape. We are without equal. Flames unforgiving!
With me, Phoenix. Forevermore. So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
I do not need you or anyone.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign.
I cannot end. I am the end. Mortals! The world you seek is but a fantasy!
The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
No!
said, it's over!
Fuck yeah.
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely? Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on. Certain the answers lie just beyond it. Because that is our way.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity on its blackened husk.
It seems Ultima's power was too great for this vessel all along. But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames. Even if it means the end of me. These are our terms.
Yes!
Can you see it too, Jill?
Aren't you the most beautiful thing?
He is, isn't he?
What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see. Oh, read little one. Got a smile for your Uncle Gav.
Not so loud, you burp.
What? I was only... Shh.
You're scaring him.
It's all right.
Oh.
A sky of scattered tears, 1,000 years apart. Should they fade, I will not be afraid of the dark.
If you need a rest, I can take him.
I'll
gratitude to that.
The world's yours now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
And thus did our journey end.
It's not over yet. We still have, there may be a cutscene at the end. Always is in 14, and sometimes there's another final. Hey guys, I'm actually checking your comments. Sorry, I was trying to focus. Motions all over the board for everyone. Yes, Tracy. Kefka's organ, Emmett's quote, Sephiroth's wing, High Sephiroth, Seraph's name is ultimately trying to be the Final Fantasy antagonist. Definitely a celebration of what's come past, for sure. Definitely a journey. This is not No. I have no problem with tragedy. Is okay if think about it this way. They fought for a better world, and in the end, they won. They made a world in which people are free to make their own choices. Ada's child can now live in a better world to make. They don't have to worry about all these things. They have to fight for it. Doesn't make it not sad, but ultimately we all got to go sometime. It's better to give all of yourself something of the utmost importance. And at least we should all be so lucky. I'm trying to imagine how they would ever do a DLC to make it fit timing-wise between that or... I mean, 16.2 I could imagine with New Generation. I mean, we got hand to heart this patch. Maybe it was Lab after all. Takes a lot of people to make a video game. In memory of Stephen Critchlow, 1966 to 2021, and Kevin Kraft, 69 to 2022. Producer, at the very end, last credit, producer Naoki Yoshida. What a champ. Moment. Audio just.
Oh. Every time.
Will you light it?
Yes, Mother. Come on. If only I had the flames of an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again? Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done. Now, be a good lad, and play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry! Hurry! Right.
Yo.
Right, let's play the saint in the secretary. No, I don't want to be Madu. What do you want to play then? War of the
Final
Icons.
Fantasy by Joshua Russell.
Again? Well, right. And I get to be a freak. Why? I'm the older brother. Because Bahamut says so.
But where one journey ends. New Game Plus is now available from the title screen. The option allows you to start a new game with a player and item data carried over from the previous completed playthrough. The gameplay mode Final Fantasy is now available. Final Fantasy gameplay. Increased enemy strength, increased player level cap, new gear and items, mode exclusive content. Maybe I'll definitely play that someday. We did it, guys! We completed it! Tracy, you know, you really did call it. Part of me really hoped. But ultimately, we can only do what we can. Thanks, Yukio. That was quite a ride. That was. Bahamut the dog, Dalmut the dog. Yeah. What a trip. Yeah, meaningful fish. Absolutely. Look, I have no problem with that finale because that finale spoke to every theme that was at the heart of the story we had played, right? Like, I have no... It was a very meaningful finale. Oh! What a ride. My emotions. Yeah. Well, anyone have any final comments or questions or things? Otherwise, we can start wrapping up. Yeah, it's Pavel. I'm glad you can make it. It was one hell of a ride, and I'm officially out of tissues. Thanks, Yoshi P. Well, guys, don't forget that it may not be the last time you see Clive. You may show up in a certain Final Fantasy 14 related crossover event, so just hold on to that. Oh. Oof. With time, by appreciating people doing what they believed in, accomplishing what they hoped to, and by knowing that there was a better world, by like letting yourself heal. YouTube stuff to it. Well, they have material for a DLC without those 2 points. Yeah, well, no, I would say not really, because the DLC wouldn't make any sense because there's no magic anymore, right? They ended magic. No, but I think what Pavel says was exactly what I was thinking, which is that they could add the DLC. It could be something that you could go do in between the time of like Hemogenesis and the end. Like there's a spot in there where you could sail on. You know, they could find a way to make it work if they wanted to. But also with that ending, man, that feels definitive in a way where it's like maybe they, you know, unless they like basically are made to. I don't think that they will. Not made to in a bad way, but like wild success. Digital team tomorrow, next Friday. We're probably next week is when we'll wrap up Infinite. Next week is we'll do the last one, because I would love some time to decompress over that and potentially start working on some videos again, because I haven't been working on videos the entire week that I've been playing this. So yeah. Like button booped? Yeah, for a friendly reminder, if you can just boop the like button real quick. If you can, you know, like, comment, subscribe, yada yada, all that great shit. If you want to support us, you can go over to patreon.com, drop us $10, get your name in the banner above my head, as well as at the end of videos, and a color name for the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you'd like to join us, we play a lot of 14 content and sometimes other things as well together. And that is discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Next week, we're going to be back to our normal schedule, which will be Monday, Tuesday, 14 MSQ stream. It will be Wednesdays, should have a new video out. Thursday, me and Neri will be back with Final Fantasy IV and evenings with Chris over at Gaming Kinda. Don't really have anything currently on Fridays, and next Saturday we will finish our Endwalker MSQ or Endwalker music stream. And then I'm gonna have to figure out something new for Endwalker or for Saturdays, or maybe I'll just start taking those off and put those towards working as well. Yeah, totally, Tracy. Guys, thank you for all of you guys who even joined in only for once, but especially for those of you guys who joined in for each and every episode. I really appreciate you, and for everyone who watched VODs, obviously too, for joining through this entire ride. What a trip. Who's ready for Final Fantasy 17? No, I am fascinated to know where the future of the series is. Sure, continuing on from here, because you think about how we have. Like, in some ways, this was a rejection of the, like, modernist aspect, because it was, like, very, you know, not even medieval, but, like, Renaissance, medieval, Germanic, Western European style fantasy. So, it kind of rejected some of the futurism stuff. You would think, like, so it was a kind of a rejection of its own, but will you see a 17 that rejects, like, the live-action combat, or will embrace it, or will, I don't know. It's gonna be a while. Stripe, good to see, glad to have you. So, yeah, absolutely, Striped. Looking forward to more Endwalker 2 with you, and hope to see you there. FF17 guys will have a hard time topping that. I don't think you have to, though, right? Because I think coming out of 16, 10 still might be my favorite story. Or not even just story, but 10 might still be my favorite, like, collective overall Final Fantasy game. I mean, obviously this is going to have to settle, and we'll see over time whether, you know, maybe I'll like 16 more and more and more. So it's like, you know, I don't think 17 has to top it. I think 17 has to make something that's as quality and respect that it's gonna. Some people are gonna feel stronger about it or less strong about it compared to older Final Fantasy. The same way that, like, I think there's some people who will always be most moved by some of the earlier Final Fantasies because of the type of storytelling that's done, or not just like the age at which they played it, but the era that it represents. Like for me, like one of the things about 10 is that I love its sense of fantasy and its sense of its world and its color and the metaphysics of fireflies and the highly melodic uematsu music that's relatively simple in contrast to something like 16. FF16 has taken over. FF7 has taken from, yeah. Did they really dip into modernity with the next one? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Or maybe they make it really, I mean, this was very, very Western. Maybe they like try to be inspired by, you know, either a broader pastiche of the world or another specific place. Maybe it'll be way more Japanese. Maybe it'll be, you know, definitely. Definitely a good game, though. No question for 16. I'm so interested what the hell its legacy is going to be, because I think the thing you can't... There's no question that you can say in defense of 16 is that it's... Like, 16 is a whole package in and of itself. It tells what its story is from beginning, middle, end. It makes sure you understand everything that's a fundamental import. You know, it's... And so, like, it is a consistent, it is a consistent and closed product. I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. But where, like, 15, for instance, you needed to watch Kingsglaive, you need to watch things outside of it, plus it kind of needed the DLCs to feel complete, or, like, you understood why certain characters were doing some things. Like, it was, you know, had holes in it. Not saying it was bad in every place, but just there were holes in it. 16 doesn't really have those holes. And so you can kind of judge it on that merit alone. What would you rate it? Oh, what was your favorite boss fight, too? Favorite boss fight? Well, I mean, of the iconic fights, I mean, I don't think they ever quite topped the, like, sense of scale and scope that was fighting Bahamut. That was wild. Good night, Elio. Thanks again. Yeah, night, Tracy. Night, Elio. Night, Yukio. I don't know that I think I'm so much more interested in rating things, in not rating things numerically, but instead looking at it from a standpoint of, like, what's good, what's less good, like what's interesting about a thing. I also think it super depends, because I think if you don't like action combat, that, you know, that's going to be a completely different ranking than if you do. I would say play it. I would say if you're a fan of the Final Fantasy series and you don't like action combat, I would still say play it. I think the story enough will be compelling, and I think the way that the systems work might get you interested in, or at least be able to appreciate and enjoy it for its action combat for what it does. It's really self-contained and packed, really not much loose ends. Yeah. I mean, like, frankly, the biggest loose end is Leviathan, but they go Leviathan the Lost. They explain it, and, like, the Southern Continent, they explain it. It's just kind of, it can be an Ultima Thule, and by that I mean it's something beyond the borders. It's a thing that you hear about, but the game never plans to fully expand on it. You know, which is actually fine, because there's plenty of little bits, and like you got the Genji gloves and the whetstone from there. Like there's a bunch of stuff that like lore about it, but it's not necessarily relevant. So us wanting to go there doesn't mean that it's a hole in the story, right? It's more so your opinion, less generalized. I mean, the thing is, my opinion. I think I'll make a video talking about my opinion about it. I think overall, because to go into that is like a whole conversation in itself and something that's going to take a long time. If you were to say paired up against some other FF games you played, would it be on the high on the list? Yeah. I mean, first step, is it in the top 50% of Final Fantasy games? Unarguably. Including mainline of Final Fantasy games. Is it better than 1? Yes. Is it better than 2? Yes. Is it better than 3? Yes. Is it better than 4? Yes. Is it better than 5? Yes. Is it better than 6? Again, you can start to get to a point where they're doing very different things, and it also depends on what hits and what appeals, what types of narrative appeal to you and hit. So, like, I can imagine the music of something like 6, you know, or like Kefka compared to Ultima working different for you. But is it at least as good as 6? Absolutely. Is it as good as 7? Absolutely. Is it better? Is it as good or better than 8? Yes, because I think 8 has struggles in a lot of mechanical departments. Is it as good or better than 9? Yes. Is it as good or better than 10? Yeah, to me, I think you can absolutely compare it on, like, the only reason to me 10 is better has to do in part with, like, the very specific things that 10 does that appeal to me and connect to me slightly more. Not because it's in quality in any ways inferior. 11, can't really compare it. 12, yeah, I mean, like, it's comparable. It's better, I think, better storytelling, better characterization and storytelling. I think 12 does a lot with a lot of really good world building stuff. Is it better than 13? Yeah, I mean, definitely. Is it better? I think, honestly, is it better than 13-2 is really a more interesting question. I'd still say yes. Or at least as good. 14, I don't, comparing MMOs to a single player game, I think is unfair, for tons of reasons. Better than 15, yes. I think 15 is a much bigger game. Not bigger game. It's a much wider game in terms of, like, it had a true open world and all that, and I love that about it, but that's one of the many reasons that 15 is kind of a mess, because it tried to go so huge. 16 knows exactly what it is and trying to be within that parameters, polished and refined and be well, and does not try to go, it doesn't try to scope bigger than it can or should. I think one of the things for 16 is I kind of wish it would, but also I don't know how much that would have served it. I think, you know, yeah. Would I rate it on out of personal opinion of where, like, is it in the top 5? Yes. Also, I just beat it. I just played it, so it's like obviously it's gonna have to settle. This may go way up or way down, but in the future, like when we in Neri get to replay it 6 years from now, I'm sure that'll be fun. You know, and that'll be really interesting. 16. Okay, in personal taste, what beats it? 10 for me beats it. This is personal taste, not anything like quantitative. Just like for very, very specific reasons that are not, because that 16 did different things that are of value and of more value to certain parties, right? So it's not like, its combat is my number one. Its combat, I think, by far is my favorite Final Fantasy combat. Yeah. I think the only problem in this game's combat, frankly, has to do with enemy variety. By the half point of the game, you've experienced effectively almost every type of enemy you're going to face. And so its repetition doesn't even come from the problem of having too many powers, of having not enough interest powers, but just too few. I mean, like, the number one criticism for FF16, number one, far and away, no question, biggest problem 16 has, beyond a shadow of a doubt for me, is there are too few enemy types by half. Like, if there was double the types of enemies and interesting, like, combat, I think it would have served, especially the back half of the game, a lot. Yeah, number one thing for sure. Yeah, recency bias is definite effect. Honestly, usually recency bias tends to, like, hurt a lot of times rather than help for me. Seemed like a really fun experience. It was. Can't wait to play a PC in 2 years. Yeah, hopefully it should only be a year, right? Because was Remake when Intergrade came out, or was it Remake? 7 Remake was only a year later, and they've been getting better and better about that. So we know console exclusivity is, I think, 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. So you'll have, and then I can imagine the PC would be in a year or so, unless they've announced otherwise. What are your thoughts about game devs who make sure to polish every aspect of the game? Should this be standard? Yukio, I think that fundamentally misunderstands game development. Everyone wants to polish their game, but making games is really hard and really expensive, and making large games is insanely hard and insanely expensive, and things can go over budget or out of scope or over scope very easily. Everyone wants the time to polish or get QA, but for instance, if you have, depending on who your, not producers, but your publishers are, and you may be feeling pressure to put something out, not just because people are money grubbing, but because when is good enough, right? When is polished enough? And so while there's a chronic problem of games being put out too early, part of that's also has to do with a lot of the difficulties around game developments as a whole. So it's not that it's not the standard that games should be polished, it's that there are a lot of countervening forces pushing back and forth on when enough is good enough, right? Like, and also then you have situations like with, was Tears of the Kingdom polished because it lacked, you know, because of framing issues. 14, Final 16, incredibly polished game, but it had you know, it had a very limited enemy variety. And so one of the things that happens is you have to say no more. We're locking the amount of content. We're locking the amount of enemy types, and we're only going to polish what's there. And so once you start polishing, you know, like once not just once you start polishing, but like it's all a trade about a time, right? And it's not as simple as you throw more money at the problem to hire more people. The more people you have, the harder communication is, and the more things slow down. It's not just add X amount of money, add X amount of people, get equivalent amount of progress. Yeah. Why shouldn't it be infinite? Sorry, to the standard for polish? Again, it also just, like, we say polish, but that's very relative, you know? I'm gonna head off, play some 14. Sounds good. Elliot, get some rest, and everyone, great day tonight. You too, Raven. Thanks for joining in. The game, as far as I saw, didn't seem to have any bugs. I would genuinely have purchased this after watching if I had a PS5. Yeah, no bugs. I think the only technical issues you could at any point would find were frame rate dips, but never below probably like 20, 24 FPS, and like it never really was a problem. And almost very rarely during gameplay. It was almost always during like some cutscenes or some other stuff. No, I mean, like, 16 was an incredibly polished game, and that's partly because, I'm assuming, to an extent, due to Yoshida and his emphasis on QA as well. Because the thing is, there's also a difference between polish and QA. So, like, doing quality assurance testing is also hard frickin' work, and you have to spend a lot of people doing that. And the thing is that when quality assurance testers find a bug and report it using Jira or whatever, like, devs then have to go fix those bugs, and once you fix those bugs, you also have to see that might cause more issues. Also, they spend time on that rather than polishing or developing something new, so it's a very interwoven, complicated thing. You know, it's not all just, oh, games are getting worse because of greed, or games are getting worse in terms of being pushed out too early because of greed. That is absolutely part of it, and in many cases is part of the case. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's not so simple. The other thing is, like, you can quality assurance test with like a team of like 8 people for like 2 months straight, feel like you got every major game breaking bug and most of the important visual bugs and whatever, and then you send it out live to 2 million people and you get things that you never would have thought of. That's how, you know, for those of you who played Endwalker, if you're ever live during a new expansion, you'll almost always find some sort of bug or something with a broken texture or whatever, even though they spend oodles of time on QA, because it's hard. You know? Totally, Zabavel, thanks for joining. How do you feel about FF purists who purposely tank the reviews on the basis about different 16s4? I think that's, to be frank, heinous. I think if those people are upset because it's different, one, I'd like to inform you that has happened throughout Final Fantasy's lifetime, not only from like places like 6 to 7 where people made an uproar, like were an uproar about that too, or like people have made this to do about this. This is just people wanting to be angry for the most part. And for those of you who are sincere in that belief, I would A, ask you that you actually interrogate it, and B, have that opinion after you play the fucking game. In general, if your opinion is well, actually, let me phrase this. Do not, and I don't feel bad about saying this, do not review or rate a game you have not played. Period. Like, I have no patience for that. If you did not experience a thing, you have no business talking about it, what it did right, what it did wrong, and it's like, you just don't. Like, you can say, well, I watched, you know, clips, or I've gotten the gist, and that's not the same thing. Just because you read a synopsis of Lord of the Rings doesn't mean you read Lord of the Rings. Doesn't mean you should, like, I think it's okay for people to not have an opinion on something, A, and B, not state an opinion on something unless they've engaged with the thing. I think the vast majority of people either like this game, haven't heard of this game, don't care about this game, or whatever. I think there's a vocal minority of people who want to be angry, or also want a very specific idea of what Final Fantasy meant to them at a very specific point in their life, and if it's not that, then it's not Final Fantasy, which has never been Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy has adjusted, changed, evolved with technology and with, like, the times, countless times. 2 completely throws most of the mechanical stuff. Like, other than being turn-based, the leveling system, the storytelling, so many aspects of Final Fantasy 2 compared to 1 are different. 3 creates the job system is completely different. 4 eschews the job system, goes back to a very linear, like, focuses hardcore on its storytelling and has characters that are like given to you at specific cadence paces. 5 goes back to the job system. 6 is, you know, more like 4, but also, you know, wild in terms of all the sorts of things it involves. 7, not to mention the ATB gauge when all that gets introduced. 7 introduces like, well, it doesn't really introduce. 7 has its own conception, and also instead of using crystals, it uses materia, and it has the idea, like, modernity in a way that, like, while yes, there's magitech, it's still pretty much medieval technology in 6. 7 is effectively modern times with, like, Mako and, like, with you know, Midgard and all that. 8 is more science fiction in some ways than it is science fantasy. 9 reverts hardcore to very specifically being fantasy. 10 is like its own thing that doesn't even have crystals in it. It has spheres, and it pyriflies in a very different idea of what this narrative is. And it uses aeons instead of icons, while the fundamental idea is the same. Like, the faith is a very different interpretation of that. Every Final Fantasy has been different, and the Gambit system in 12 is nothing like anything that came before or since. The paradigm system flows maybe still be ATB, but flows completely differently. 15 uses a form of ATB system, but again is almost full free action beyond that in terms of you're moving around, teleporting around. Hell, you're teleporting around more times in that than you are in 16. And so, to me, I think, in general, to say that 16 is somehow this huge outlier is to ignore Final Fantasy's history. And if it's because it's not what you want, power to you. If it's because it's not you prefer or you want turn-based, and that's what your favorite Final Fantasy is, I get it. Okay, sure, yeah. But that doesn't devalue 16. That doesn't make 16 not Final Fantasy. That doesn't make Final Fantasy is connected by creators who are passing a torch along around certain visual iconography, musical iconography, thematic iconography, but fates, crystals, chocobos, morbles, the prelude, the main theme, you know, the idea of the ties that bind us. There are many things that create a Final Fantasy that some have eschewed and some have taken. So don't just disregard this game just because it's not necessarily the Final Fantasy that you wanted in specific. That was all I would ask. Each Final Fantasy game has its own mechanic and style, especially considering they aren't direct sequels, they just share a title. It's an anthology, right? The FF games are an anthology series. Yep, each installment, yeah, you totally literally said it. They inspire each other, but they create unique experiences with each one. I originally didn't want to touch 14 as a multiplayer FF game. I didn't think that was right for FF, but I've since changed my mind on that. Yeah, and I get the apprehension. I get, like, for me, I felt weird years and years ago about, like, 11 being an MMO and 14 being MMO, and, like, not, like, you know, is it still, but it is. The core tenets, the things that make up Final Fantasy is a giant pastiche of iconography of many different kinds that each time the torch is passed on, a different director, writer, group takes the pieces that connected most to them from the past ones. You know? I mean, the time that's least true is, I guess, with Hironobu Sakaguchi early on, because they were just, basically, each one was, can we up ourselves and kind of saying, well, we tried that, let's try something different. You know, the ethos of trying something different was instilled in them in the NES era, let alone as we went along. It is no one thing that makes a Final Fantasy. And so I would just say, I think 16 absolutely belongs in the place. Belongs side by side with the Final Fantasy before them. And what I think is beautiful is you'll notice there's so many references to 14. Yes, partly because of the people who are making it, but like subtle thematic ideas that are being taken on and reconstituted in a different way. For instance, it's not as focused on the plight of beast tribes, but it has side quests and it has lore entries talking about how goblins have their own culture, how they are their own people, and that the idea of a beast tribe is kind of actually bullshit, even in that. Like, which it's clearly taking aspects of that from 14, you know? And so, like, there is parts of the past that all weave themselves in, like you guys were pointing out when it came to Ultima, right? Had aspects of, you know, Kefka, Sephiroth, Ultima, any number of them. My friend despises 16 for FF turning from turn-based gameplay But FF hasn't been. So first off, this is arguable, but ATB is not turn-based. In a sense, right? Like, there has been an active component the entire time. You know, there's been an active component since 4, right? Like, ATB has been around for forever. And the further you've gone in, once you get to 11, you've got 11 where, you know, it's, you know, that style. It's got 12 where you're moving around fully, and while there's a filling gauge, your movement, your positioning, all your stuff, your gambit, and setting up all your items and everything matters in a way that's not turn-based. It is real time. It is very real time. Then you have 13, which again is an ATB system, but the paradising system is so fast, and you're constantly shifting and swapping in real time and having to change it up. It's not gonna slow down for you. 14 is an MMO that is full real time. Other than, I mean, your ATB system is, like I was saying earlier today, is effectively your GCD. So it's 2 seconds, right? 15 again has bars, right? An ATB system to extent, but you're teleporting around, you're dodging, you have full control in real time. So to say that 16 is somehow the first, like, this has been an evolution that's been happening over the past 20 years. The last time we had a true turn-based Final Fantasy, the last time was Final Fantasy X in 2001, 2002, 20 years ago. You know? My claim that this is far from the first game to do that fell on deaf ears. I just think that the only way to feel that Final Fantasy 16 is somehow either a ruining or not a Final Fantasy game is to be willfully ignorant about Final Fantasy's past, or about what Final Fantasy 16 is, or like, to just be frank, you kind of have to choose a certain level of willful ignorance. I'm not saying that that someone couldn't articulate why they would rather it not be that way and stay in turn-based or something like that, people can't argue why they would prefer it otherwise, but to say it somehow isn't for those things, I think I don't want to say disingenuous, because I'm assuming some people are very sincere in that, being very sincere in that belief, but to me, we can only come from a place of willful ignorance around what Final Fantasy has been, or being disingenuous, which I'm sure is quite, I don't mean to be provocative with that, but I know that's pretty. The one thing that makes Final Fantasy as well, mostly in the name. Oh, see, I don't agree. I don't think it's something that makes it. You can't just slap Final Fantasy on something that makes it Final Fantasy. I disagree vehemently. I think very much themes, music, visual iconography, and the things that are the many things that fall into those camps are all what part of what makes fun. The idea of crystals. Now you can stretch what a crystal is. The idea of fate. Now you can stretch what that means. The idea of a party. Now you can stretch what a party means. Does it mean controlling or managing your party? Well, I mean, you kind of get who you get, right? But that's been true since you get who you get in. You have some control of who you start with in 1, but you get who you get in 2, and you get who you get in 4. And you just kind of while you have the job system, you start with the people you have in 3. You get who you get is not new to 16, and adjusting that on the fly only started being a thing really, like, starting with what, 6, and then got into it more in like 7 and beyond. So to me, like, I feel like that must come from a place of people having a very specific era of what Final Fantasy is to them, and that's what must make a Final Fantasy. But that ignores the entire history of it. When it comes to music, the uses of prelude, the uses of main theme, the Amano art, you cannot undervalue the idea of Amano art, not only in the logo, but the way it's used to inspire designs and ideas and motifs. The way, there's many other Final Fantasy themes besides that I think have repetition in them. The idea of melodies that become character themes. And while yes, plenty of other games have musical character themes, that has become a part of it, right? Very much so. The idea of a warrior of light, which can be played to greater or lesser extents, right? The ideas, like, when it comes to creatures, chocobos, morobs, kerberos, behemoths, Aether, the idea of Aether. And again, you can stretch that because, for instance, Materia and the life stream is played very differently to crystals and the ethereal sea in 14, but it's still evocative of the same conceptions and ideas that are being played with. And the idea of the life stream is nowhere present in Final Fantasy 1, right? So it's not like it's always the same things. The Farplane and Pyreflies are their own riff on this, which is completely different, but it all connects in. It's again, there's like hundreds, at least like 200 things that any Final Fantasy game could choose to share between them. And some people, some directors, when they take it on, I think choose what other parts over others. Some they can omit, some they take on, and it's about what connected to the most in past Final Fantasy or what appeals to them. Yeah. That's it. Fantasy boom. The rest is up to the creator. See, I would not agree with that, Zapapple. I would say that, like, I do not think just like each creator takes on the torch and then just makes whatever they want and plops Final Fantasy on it. I think there's much more to the lineage and there's much more to the what it means to pass on that torch than just whatever's a Final Fantasy slap on a Final Fantasy. Also themes and music and reappearing enemies. Yep, exactly, Infinite. I'll say it. FF wouldn't be FF without a mono in its art, even just in the logo. Yeah, it wouldn't. It would be something else, and it may still be valuable, but Amano's art is Yoshitaka Amano's art is a part of the spirit of these games. But yeah. Clearly I have a lot of thoughts. And it's a lot easier to, like, once I get going, to just rattle them off. But I feel like I should probably collectivize them into writing. I also want to talk more about the game rather than necessarily having to, like, and put it out there for people to agree or disagree with. But yeah, let it be said that I think in my mind, to say Final Fantasy 16 isn't a Final Fantasy, I think is either the same minority of people that have said that every time with how 15 wasn't a Final Fantasy, 13 wasn't a Final Fantasy. Like, people don't remember this, but people have been doing this since 7 as early as I can remember. And I think the difference is just, it's more, you hear the loudness of that shit, and that shit gets propagated out, and then, like, you know, Kotaku picks it up or whatever in a way that wasn't, you know, instead it was you and your friends talking shit, right, in the past. I'm not saying anyone has to like 16 or like the direction that it's going, but to say that somehow that direction makes it not Final Fantasy is saying that it's about what you like is what makes Final Fantasy. And I think you can discern what makes Final Fantasy in a way that is actually, like, quantitative and qualitative, but whether or not we like one, I don't think has any bearing on whether or not it is Final Fantasy. Like, here's a good example. Lightning Returns to me is not Final Fantasy because it eschews all the visual iconography. Like, to me, like, I think that the most cogent one I can agree with, right, is Lightning Returns. One that didn't even give it the title, which is telling, but it eschews visual iconography for the most part, other than the primary characters from the last game. It eschews, like, Lightning Returns just forgoes many of the things that make a Final Fantasy game Final Fantasy. Not that it's completely devoid of them, right? But so I think there's, like, a cogent argument for why Lightning Returns it doesn't at the very least feel like a Final Fantasy game, if not whether it is or isn't. But I mean, it's noticeable that it doesn't have it. Lightning Returns is not a Final Fantasy because it has no Amano logo. I mean, there's definitely something to be said for that. The same will be true for future installments. They don't have insert old feature here. It's not Final Fantasy. No, what I'm looking forward to in the future is when we get to Final Fantasy 19 and someone says, well, it's not like 16. It's not really Final Fantasy. Like, because it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's going to happen. I know it's gonna happen. Yeah. Celebrate the thing not only for what it is, but for, I think, the triumph of its creation in the first place, and that it adheres so much and attempts to so vibrantly respect what's past while also moving forward. I think that should be lauded, not cursed. Lore, good to see you, glad to have you. Do you think Creative Beauty 3 should make 17 as well? That's tough. Do I think they should? I trust them more than any other team right now they have going at Square. And I do not want them... I'm okay with that as long as Creative Business Unit 3 kind of more officially sections itself off into 2 teams, which it may already be doing or have already done it. I'm just ignorant to the fact. And so that they can just have people swapping between 14 and whatever the new project is kind of at will. I would like them to do 17, but I would like 17 to be done by New Blood. So, like, one thing would be cool is, for instance, if Ishikawa wrote it or a new writer wrote it, and moved off of 14, right? And gave them a break from that, and we got New Blood on 14. Yeah, I think Creative Business Unit 3 doing 17, I think, would be wise. because I also think that after they put in all the efforts to devise and figure out how to do 16 and probably refine the process to do it, wasting that learned experience on the engine involved and all the technical know-how, I think would be a mistake. But how they're going to divvy that up is anyone's guess. Because one of the things that people don't understand about Square Enix is allows people to move between departments. That's like a thing that they actually like super allow for compared to other companies. And so if people are working on one project and like it's just not working for them, they can be moved to other projects. So you know how that all manifests is anybody's question. And the other thing is, what is, is a Final Fantasy produced without Yoshida? Not as good, because I don't think that's the question, but I think it's yes, I would very much like, I think a lot of the creative people who worked on 16 and the technical people too, to be able to get another go around now that they've built up all these skills from 16, I think would be smart. When and where, actually, here's what I want to happen. What I want to happen really badly is for Final Fantasies 17, 18, and 19 to be all starting to be done at the exact same time, and then that they can come out in like 2-year increments. So like you start working on 17, 18, 19, now you give them to 3 different development teams, kind of like what happened with 10, 11, and 12. And then they all get, you release them every like 2 years. Or something like that. And that way you can, allow, for instance, one that wants to be an open world, a lot more dev time. Or something like that, or like one I wanted to like have a slightly grander experience. I think something like that could be really cool. I think the downside of that is also it could be a hot fucking mess. So I don't know that that would necessarily always pay dividends in the long run, but I think that would be what I would like to see most, because I think it would be most interesting, and I think we would actually get a pretty good set of products out of that. Elio, you will get people screaming that it becomes conveyor. Yeah, but there's a difference. So look, as someone who literally worked for Activision QA and can literally tell you about their 3 studio system and the nightmare ends, the difference is not you're trying to put out a Final Fantasy every year. What you're doing is you're creating a system where people can start pre-production way earlier and start lower end production and ramp up later. So for instance, if you're planning 18 at the same time as 17, you know that you have multiple extra years. You can like start that pre-production process earlier, and and also push for certain features later on down the line. So for instance, by the time 18 is going to come out, PS6 is out, you could be planning in ways to take advantage of that. My point is just being forward-looking, and it doesn't mean you should create. We're now going to work on. We're going to have 20 and 21, and it's all going to be every 2 years. It's always going to have Final Fantasy. I don't want that. But I'm saying creating a block, like the block of like the next 3 Final Fantasies being given time to sort of develop and gestate earlier, I think could be really interesting. It could also go to shit. Personally, as much as I love 16 creative industry, I like 17 to be fresh and Square Enix not to be reliant on creative business 3. I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. I think, but I think one thing I would point out is that we say creative business unit 3, but the thing is lots of people came into that during 16 and also left that during 14 and 16. So like the talent in it has already cycled somewhat. So it can cycle even further. It's just one of the units. The main thing that kind of sticks around are people like Yoshida, people like Ishikawa, your Kojis, there are certain like higher up people that stick around. I think the problem is that they just don't have a team that's quite as trustworthy that's not already engaging with major projects. And here's the other thing. I'm saying pitching, creating Final Fantasies like that, but the truth is that Remake and Rebirth while they are remakes, /sequel, /continuation, /reimagining, anyways, they're effectively a whole Final Fantasy game made from the ground up. Like, Remake is effectively a brand new Final Fantasy game. So we've had one, so that's 2019, right? So we've had one 4 years ago. We're gonna have one coming up. Weren't they working on 7 Remake Part 2 alongside 16? Yes. Yeah. I mean, heck, I wouldn't be imagined if pre-production on 16 was going on during 7 Remake being created, because pre-production for that probably would have been going on in 2019, 2018, which means that Remake would have come out while they were even in the midst of production. Because 2020 is when we got our first trailer, and almost everything that showed from that was during basically what we now got as the demo. And the demo was clearly like their proof of concept linear slice that they developed and refined and got down to exactly where they want. And then I don't know, well, I'm speculating here wildly, but I think the fact that they clearly by 2020 had so much of the demo clearly defined in every way, I think they worked very hard to polish that up. And I think it kind of shows, because I think I think the polish on the demo section, and the polish on like the iconic, like the fight against Benedicta, her facial animations, a lot of that are just next level compared to, I feel like, some of the things that came later. I wonder if it goes back to turn-based so that Square Enix can keep it all fans happy. That would let Dragon Quest team make FF game. I mean, if they turned it back to Square Enix, if they turned it back to turn-based, I would be incredibly unhappy. I'll tell you that. They would let Dragon Quest team make it. I mean, Dragon Quest, Dragon Quest, what, 11, 12? Which the next one that's coming up is looking to be very interesting. Seeing as they're taking an interesting page from 16's development. No, I think that part of the thing is also, there's just a fuck ton of, look, there's a lot of good turn-based JRPGs. And I'm not saying that, so that because there is Final Fantasy, you should never do it again. But it's not like Final Fantasy was the only one doing it. You know? I also don't know, like, no, I shouldn't say that. I was about to say, I don't know how much more you can innovate in that space, but I'm sure you could come up with really interesting mechanics, like very interesting mechanics. I just find turn-based typically relatively boring. It's just not interesting to me. There's not a lot of choices that aren't either easily overcome by level or gear, or if that's not an option, which I prefer a lot of times, that aren't just a slightly more complex version of rock, paper, scissors, you know? Honestly, I think that if they were doing ATB style games, it'd be better spin-off installments at this stage that separates them from the installments. Yeah, which I mean, like, I think that's kind of like why they're still using that sort of system. Look, don't get me wrong, I adore 7 Remakes combat in that system. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's very, very good. So I'd be happy with the next game being either like Remake or Rebirth, or like 16. I just know that I love stylish action, and I think I loved what this game did, and I'd love to see this game go a little further, but like still a slight, because like this game is like 2 steps back from Devil May Cry 5, as an example, and maybe even 3 steps back in terms of like level of complexity, difficulty, and nuance. Like it's a ways away, for many reasons, not least of which the stylish system. But like a version of this that's a step forward, you know, with much more enemies, more like interesting, you know, more encounters, more interesting encounters. And I think the combat, I pray the combat team for this gets another shot to innovate and evolve what we did here. I deeply hope, because think about like this. This is effectively what the Final Fantasy 1, the Final Fantasy 4. The first, if you think about the first time they did ATB versus something like that they developed later on down the line, right, and how they continue to refine and progress it, I would love to see that. This is a first outing for them, you know. Taking inspiration from things like Paper Mario, dude. Yes. Okay. So here's what I'll say. My favorite turn-based game. I mean, it is turn-based, but you know, Paper Mario, Super Mario, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. In terms of turn-based games with an active mechanic are by far my favorite ones. Phenomenal. Writing in the original Paper Mario games, phenomenal. Actually, writing in most of the Paper Mario games is phenomenal. The gameplay is where it kind of goes off the deep end after Thousand Year Door. Now, okay, that's not entirely fair, but you get my point. Remakes combat is the perfect balance of old and new, more than the tactical combat and active time moves. I love the effortless swap between party members and different character combats. Yeah, see, I much prefer having one person that I can just master, but I did think that, like, look, as someone who that wouldn't be my number one choice, I think they made that incredibly fun and phenomenal. Like swapping, I do not like swapping between party members as a mechanic on a fundamental level. That does not mean I can't enjoy it when it's good, but like I love that it's just Clive, you know, for me for this. But I know for a fact there's some people that hate it for that. I wouldn't take any form of combat for the next FF. I do pray for a mage protagonist or job system. I would take any form of combat. I mean, look, I would be, if they went to turn-based, I'd be open-minded. I would be very sad if they went to turn-based. But I would be very open-minded, and especially if they used active systems like a la your Paper Marios and stuff, I could definitely have a good time with that. Yeah, 7 remakes. Combat was the first time since 13 I didn't struggle with it. Oh, interesting. But I'm interested in the accessibility options 16 has put in place. 16's okay. So 16 is phenomenal in terms of I think the lack of enemy diversity. I think is going to be great for newer players. I think the different things that you can equip give you to customize your game experience to be at the right level of difficulty while still everyone having the same level of difficulty is really great. I think the fact that I think this game, if you are historically not into action combat games, not necessarily because you fundamentally don't like the idea, but because you're afraid of them or they seem stressful, this game I think will actually really ease you into getting good at them and give you the time and space to also let you just practice or find different icon abilities that work for you better. 100%. Still miss those old active turn-based combat versions. I'll always love it. Yeah. They can make 17 Mahjong Duel as the main type of fight, and I'll still like it if the story's good. Yeah. Having it just be just Clive meant they could really invest in what he was capable of and made sense in the story they were telling. Yeah, I totally agree with that, Zapapple. And I think it's trade-offs, right? It's always trade-offs. It's always about trade-offs. I mean, sometimes you have just active losses, but a lot of times you make choices because there's trade-offs. Exactly what you said. If you have more party members, you don't necessarily have to make every party member quite as unique because you're swapping between them, and those interactions can be of fundamental interest or engaging rather than them being complicated in their own right. Just as easily I could see 16 with a playable Jill or Joshua or Dion would have their icon abilities or Clive, but and then it's a case of divided power and some people wouldn't like that. And I point out that you do play as Joshua for early on, right? You know, for a minute or two. Honestly, I could imagine like a DLC thing where they release where you go into the chronolist and play as Jill or play it like where they have you play as the other characters or something, like a mini DLC thing. I don't have any interest in that particularly, but I could imagine it. It's a combo of stress and not being able to process super fast action. Kiko, I would definitely say 16. So like obviously by the end it gets fast, right? But there's lots and lots of tools it gives you to mitigate that. Like if we even here, let's do a new game plus. Final Fantasy mode. What is it? Replay the game in Final Fantasy mode, which data carried over in the previous playthroughs. In this mode, the level cap is raised to 100, but enemies are far more powerful. To aid you in your journey, the legendary Ultima weapon is available for crafting. After starting, you'll be able to switch over to story. Okay. Oh, cool. Begin the game following the fall of Phoenix Gate. Yes, actually. Not necessarily feel the need to play through the demo again. We can skip because I want to show you what I'm talking about.
How do they expect us to kill something that can do this?
They don't. Only the girl holding its lead.
Okay, so if you go in, and I want to point this out for anyone else who's like new, the game gives you these guys, the Rings of Timely. So you got Rings of Timely Strikes. When equipped, complex ability combinations can be executed by simply pressing square. So you press square, and it'll automatically do the main the combos for you. When equipped, Clive will automatically evade attacks as long as the attack can be evaded. So for instance, if you equip this, you don't ever have to dodge. The game will dodge for you. If you like really are enjoying it and you like playing it and you like feel like you're getting better, but you also feel like you just can't get dodging down, this is great. Ring of Timely Focus. When equipped, time slows before an evadable enemy attack strikes Clive. No effect when equipped when the Ring of Timely Invasion. So basically, this is a weaker version of the one I just found. So it's basically when you're about to be hit, it'll like pop up a flash icon that you have like about a second or two to press that will dodge for you automatically. So still there's a little bit of engaging. It doesn't like play itself, but it, you know, Ring of Timely Healing. When your HP falls below a certain amount, you will automatically use potions without having to use a potion. So you don't have to worry about that aspect, right? Ring of Timely Assistance. When equipped, this one just makes it so all the Torgal commands are done for you. So if you don't want to have to command Torgal for him to heal you or attack or fight, you know, and takes one more thing off your brain, you can equip that. So like the game gives you these tools and many other besides, and I love it because I hate easy hard. I hate going in and having like an easy hard medium mode. Like I just hate that shit. There are reasons that some people like it, and I think there are some cases, like for instance the way Devil May Cry does it, that's very different and I can appreciate. But in like a Final Fantasy, I love it because, for instance, there's story mode and action mode in this, but if you play story mode, all that happens is it immediately equips the Rings of Timely. So it doesn't even change the difficulty between, if you're playing story or action, it's still the same difficulty technically. But the thing is that instead of having to make multiple difficulty modes where you feel bad if you put it too low or you're worried about you put it too high or something, the game just has natural things that you can equip that just like slightly nudge it in the way that it's useful for you. Go full Metal Gear, yeah, Blade Wolf DLC and let us play as Torgal. Yeah, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Hell yeah, honestly, Torgal is such a good boy. Yeah. Also, man, I wish that this game's music had more of Soken's primal touch. Hearing the music of Titan Lost, aka Really Big Titan, made me so envious of more of the music in the OST. Yeah, it's interesting. The music for me is, I don't want to say a lot of misses, but I think it was a lot of, there were like a third of like really good highs and then a lot of mid stuff for me. But that's been true of certain soundtracks before in Final Fantasy, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the future I connect to some of the music from this more that I didn't as much the first time around. But we'll see. We'll see. I love the OST regardless. Also, you think about Soken making this while he's in the hospital with cancer too, right? Which is wild. It's wild. Yeah, nothing that's in terms of branching away quite away from the orchestral. Yeah. I totally agree. I really liked the Titan. That Titan section when it went like, that was really good. Ben Starr has become my favorite VA, and no matter what game he will VA, I will follow. Yeah, very, very good. I will say too, like Fortunal's voice actor. Let me pull him up real quick. I'm forgetting his name. Anthony Howell is so good. I will like anything he's in. I want to hear because it's something about his voice. I just. So good. But I think maybe one of the final things we'll go off on here, because I've been going quite long, is I want to say one of the only things I let myself watch before playing 16 was there was an interview with Clive's voice actor, and he was asked by Yoshida, what was it that motivated Clive? What is it that, like, what is it at the core of him, basically? And he said, love. And I was so surprised by that. It wasn't vengeance, it wasn't hatred, it wasn't freedom, blah, blah, blah. It was love. And I feel deeply 16 succeeded at communicating that. 5 is a man who is so full of love for others. And that was his strength, ultimately. Also, this game really shows that mature FF can really work. Yeah, because, you know, one of the reasons that it can really work, because it really only bothered using things that needed the M rating when it felt like it added. Like, the blood and viscerality of it was, I don't feel ever used particularly to be... it wasn't voyeuristic. It never felt that way to me, at least. And I feel like the nudity, too, was all about intimacy or lack thereof the few times that's in the game. It's not really in that game very often. I feel like and I actually feel like it served those scenes quite well each time that it happened. And then also just the ability to engage with branded and slavery and that idea, I think, to its fullest, rather than kind of being worried about pushing too far and going beyond what would be considered a teen rating, because that's absolutely consideration. You know, that's absolutely like if the SRB says nope, that's too much, you're just screwed. Never noticed Find Your Flame was the menu music. Yeah. Okay, any final things? Otherwise, I think I'm going to call. I'm going to go to bed from here. I know that this has been a wonderful journey, and I've been glad to share it with you guys. And looking forward to getting back to 14, but I'm also, I don't know, now I want to say I'm hungering for other kinds of games, but I don't know. Thanks for the retrospective and the playthrough. Yeah. The retrospective first and then the playthrough beyond it. Totally Zapable. Thanks for catching up, guys. And for everyone who's watching the VOD, I appreciate you as well. And I hope that you either get to play this game or have played this game. Crip, I see you. Game, can't wait to tackle it myself. I'm looking forward to you doing it, Kiko. Yeah, but to everybody who's been watching or watches in the future, glad to have you aboard. And you know, I sincerely would love if, you know, love a comment about your thoughts about the journey of 16 and about some of the characters, or because I'm always kind of moved when I see the different way people connect to or engage with it. I'll also say that sometimes get miffed off a little too easy when people are what feels like dismissive of something. I guess maybe I would just frame it down to the difference between this didn't work for me, but I see what it's doing. Versus, this didn't work for me and it's garbage, and no one else should like it. No. And I would just say maybe let us all try to be the former. Heaven knows I'm not always perfect either. But enough me soapboxing. I'm gonna head out here. I've been Elio Forcheron, and I will see you guys later. Let's go 2 games back. And maybe see you next time on Final Fantasy 17. Cheers, everybody.